Hello, everyone, and welcome to Monday Sprints. It has been a bit since I've been here. I had a awful, no good, very bad week last week, so sprinting was the last thing I wanted to do. I didn't want to be on camera. I was drained. I struggled with spoons just to take care of myself and the kitties, so that wasn't really a priority sprinting as much as I missed you all. Hello, Phoenix. Got a Mr. Moto on my lap eating, so typing hard. Fair. Come here. She's like, I'm here. I'm here. Did y'all miss me? This is the girly. This is why there were no sprints last week. This little girly, man. She scared the bejesus out of me. So if you don't know, this one is missing some teeth. She's got little bald patches. She's not gonna show this one off, but she's got little bald patches. She apparently had an abscess on one side and messed up the tooth on the other. So she had to go have some teeth removed, which was scary, because I did not know why she was drooling and acting all off, and I was worried that she had like something caught in her throat. So, yeah. But here she is. She missed you all, and is very glad to be back with you. And I'm very happy to have her back because I had one night where she was at the vet because we brought her in on Monday, and they would do the surgery Tuesday morning. So she spent the night at the vet on Monday, and I filmed on Monday, and it was weird. Really, really weird to know she wasn't going to come running in. So, hello, Jane. How are you today? Hey, baby girl. So good to see you. Everybody's very happy to see you, Cielo. Yeah, am I going to have to go feed you again? She is still struggling with eating dry, and I don't know if it's because her mouth is sore or if because she hasn't figured out yet how to chew without teeth. She's doing all right. She turns into a little gremlin when I try to give her med, which I have to do at some point. I think during the next sprint, she's due for her antibiotic. But other than that, she's doing all right. You gonna try to eat some dry? She's still figuring that out. Hello, Shauna. And a hi to Jane. Moto empathizes with her. Yes, I know. Right after all of your mouth and teeth trouble with your cat, my cat went, hey, I want to join the party. Hey, Shauna and Jane, good to see you. Yes, Moto's teeth still hurt. Wish he was up to getting them pulled. Yeah, she's doing well. I mean, it's hard to tell. It's not like she's let me in her mouth to see how everything's healing and stuff, and I'm very encouraged by the fact that she's eating dry, though I think she is going to milk this wet for everything it's worth. Yeah, she's trying to get me to go with her to feed her, because she would like more wet. She's struggling because it was her back teeth. So I think when she's eating, she's not realizing she needs to eat in the front part of her mouth. So she shoves the food to the back like she would normally, and it doesn't work. So we'll see. I know money is really, really tight right now because let me tell you, getting a couple of teeth pulled from a cat is expensive. And we also had to replace our entire back porch. We originally just had to put like some railings on it, and then we got a friend of the family to come over because he does that kind of work, and he was looking at it and he's like, so the steps are rotted. So then as my dad was looking at it, the steps were really rotted, so we were going to replace the steps. And then when he was working on the deck part, he realized the deck part was rotted too. So the whole porch was rotted. So we had to replace all of that on top of the cat's teeth. So that's been fun. And she's like, what? And I'm like, I don't know where you think I'm getting this mythical wet money from, but I think she's going to keep trying to play up the I can't eat the dry and I would like some wet. She will come get me when she's hungry. So that's great. She's training me to feed her. What a smart little kitty. Moto tried to eat some of his brother's food, didn't work. I could see that. I mean, I don't know exactly what you're feeding Lad, but like from what I've seen of dog food, I feel like that would be harder for a cat to eat, especially if their mouth is sore. But yeah, I wish y'all could see her when we're trying to give her her med, because I get behind her like this so that she can't back up. And my mom holds one side of her head so that I can go like this, but I have to scruff her, otherwise she just moves. And when I go to scruff her, she goes like this. So like her whole head and neck area is like all scrunched and tight, and it's so hard to, get the med in her mouth. She's a little gremlin. It was barley that he was trying to eat. Fair. Lad's breakfast was ground turkey, lentils, barley, and carrots. Right, because you make food because Lad has allergies. Right. All I know is that anytime I pull out the wet, the other cats are like, I got teeth pulled too, please. That they are absolutely like, are you sure I can't have some too? Usually right now, Rocky is getting the leftover wet because he is coming in and basically cleaning up after her. Like, he just lays there patiently waiting, and if she leaves anything behind, he cleans up after her. He's so good about that, about waiting, because he'll do it at the dry bowls too, because we have 2 feeding stations, and when he usually eats on the one on the floor in the kitchen, and he will lay there and watch the cats if they're at the food and wait for them to leave, because they don't like having somebody right next to them when they're eating unless it's wet. But he's very, very patient and well behaved, so I don't mind him cleaning things up for her. That sounds about right as far as giving meds to a cat. Yeah. I have some that take it better than others, because it also, I have noticed some cats scruff better than others. So like, I have cats that when you scruff them, they just go completely limp, which makes it really easy to shoot meds. And then I have others that I'm literally just doing that to have a handhold on them, and no effect whatsoever. Lad has severe food allergies. Yes. That would definitely do it. I know that our cats do better when they don't have fish, but right now Cielo is getting fish. Because she wasn't one of the ones that seemed to have the issue. We had a few that were like really, really itchy. And I was looking for ideas of why this might be, and somebody said, try to get food that does not have any sort of fish in it. And the moment I switched all of the food to non-fish food, they seem to do a lot better. So they don't normally get fish, but the wet package that I got had fish in it, and she was very, very happy about that. I'm so glad last night was Moto's last dose. Yeah, we got a ways to go, because it's 10 days and we started Wednesday. Because Tuesday they had whatever she needed on Tuesday they gave her. So Wednesday morning we started all of her meds. She hasn't had pain meds. I don't think she had pain meds yesterday. Maybe in the morning, but she didn't last night. And I'm going to try to see if she can do without it. Because honestly, she's not eating the dry either way. Unless she's doing it while I'm sleeping. Because if I'm up, she comes gets me and has me bring her food. So I joked I'm going to have to do surveys just to pay for Cielo's wet food habit. Because she's something else. Isn't that right, Bug? He was so freaked out too, because I don't know whether it was the Cielo bit or whether it was a combination of things, because we also, like I said, we had a family friend working on the porch, and so we had like strangers outside the windows and like hammers and nails and saws, and it was just really loud, so that definitely freaked some of the cats out. So he was really, really off like Wednesday and was like hiding, and he hid again on Thursday, but he started to come out again. So I'm very happy about that. And when he did come out, I think it was was it Wednesday night, Phoenix? Because I sent you pictures. He was like all like cuddled into me. He was all over me. Yeah, Moto's prescription food wasn't cheap. It's not so much that mine isn't cheap because we just get Friskies and they're perfectly fine with Friskies wet cat food, but it's like 75 cents a can, and she's eating at least 1 can a day. And even if you're like, I mean, you're looking at almost $30 just to feed her wet, which is, yeah, a lot. Don't remember which night, but there were cute pics of him. Yeah, you got to see it because I took pictures. I'm like, look at him. He's being so sweet, all cuddled up against me. She's done it too. I went to go to sleep the other night, and she decided that she wanted to be right here. So, like, she stole most of my pillow and had her fur in my face. So I'm like trying to sleep, and I'm like, this is not working for me. Because it was kind of like that. Like, I'm all muffled because she's like right up in my face. It was fantastic. And then the next morning she came in and was doing it again, and it was because she was trying to get me to feed her. This was like $2 a can. Yeah. Wet food is not cheap. And he's meant to be eating 1.25 to 1.5 cans, but still trying to finish one a day. Yeah. She's getting one a day because, like, she can eat dry, and I've seen her try, and I don't want to give her so much wet that she has no incentive to ever go to the dry, but I also don't want to give her too little wet that she's, like, not getting enough food, you know? So it's, like, finding that balance. So what will everyone be reading and doing today? So I'm torn. I would like to finish editing a vlog because I'm starting to fall behind on that, and obviously last week, I was struggling to read and edit and do anything because I was exhausted. And I'm not going to get into the details, but like, I swear every single day last week, if something could go wrong, it did go wrong. It was just a really, really bad week all around. And like the cherry on top was Ciela having to go to the vet. It was awful. So I would like to edit at some point. This isn't going to be a super long sprint day because I do have other stuff to do, and I'm still recovering from all of that. So it's probably only going to be about 4 hours, but I figured you guys would take 4 hours over no hours. So there's that. I will be reading The Once and Future Witches. I'm, let's see, what page is this? I'm on page 325. So I'm hoping to finish that today because that is the book I'm reading for the latest city prompt in the Amazing Readathon. And I want to finish that so I can get back to sightseeing. So I'm going to balance reading that with editing because I would like to get at least one vlog edited. And then if I do, and I feel like reading, this is overdue for the library. So I should probably finish that. And it's got a piece of my hair in it. That's nice. I'm like a little ways in, so it's not hooking me as much as I would want it to, but like I'm also in a very, very weird headspace. Like I say this in my vlog. My headspace is so weird because of everything that's been going on that I don't know right now whether I'm just picking books that aren't clicking with me or if I'm just struggling to connect with books because of where my headspace is at. Because like I read The Tainted Cup, and I feel like I would have enjoyed that more had I been in a different headspace. I read No One Leaves the Castle, and I got into it more in the second half, but the first half I was like really all over the place with my concentration. So I feel like that one isn't necessarily a perfectly accurate reading, but like The Tainted Cup for sure, I feel like I might enjoy upon a reread. I've started Knife of Dreams because, you know, everybody knows how excited I was to have to pick up a Robert Jordan book in the month of June. I didn't say anything at the May sprints when I finished my second Robert Jordan book about how excited I was to take off the month of June. Nope, not once. And then, like I said, I'm reading the historical fiction, and I'm reading Takeover, Hitler's Final Rise to Power. So I've got like all of these like really, really heavier books like that take more concentration. So it's been interesting. And she's back because she really, 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 really wants some food. I'm hoping to take advantage of the cooler weather and get stuff done around the house today. It's supposed to be for a high in the mid 60s here, so I'm absolutely loving that. Although it's looking like next week we're going to be having like an entire like heat wave for like days in the high 80s, low 90s, which is miserable. But I have an air conditioner. It does work. I have used it. It does cool my room down, so I won't roast like I did last year. I'm listening to Red, White, and Royal Blue and Cleaning. I really, really enjoyed that book. I loved the Once and Future Riches. I'm really, really enjoying it. Although, I was gonna finish it last night, and then I was like, wait, there is. So I'm reading this for, the Amazing Readathon, obviously, because it happened to fulfill the city prompt. But I'm also reading it for, the Queer Lit Readathon because of Creepy Queers, and I was like, I have no idea how this is Creepy Queers, but it is listed on their spreadsheet under recommendations for creepy queers. And I'm like, so there must be something creepy. And there is definitely some creepy aspects to this. And I was like, I don't know that I want to read this before bed because I did find that bit really creepy. And if it continues, I don't want to give myself nightmares. So that's why it's still here this morning. I ended up listening to a bit of Robert Jordan, so that's not accurate to where it is. And then I got myself past page 100 in Hitler's Final Rise to Power, which is absolutely sickening because I can totally see some of the similarities between things Hitler has said and done and things Trump has said and done, and that's terrifying. Sounds like what I've been going through with books and this stupid reading slump. I don't feel slumpy though. That's the problem. As I have absolutely no problem picking up books. It is just struggling to connect with them and then wondering, am I just reading the wrong book or is it my headspace? I like the Once and Future Riches, but I think it did take a bit to get into. It did. For me, I totally agree. Like the beginning part when you're just learning who the girls are, it takes you a minute. And then things I think start to ramp up very, very quickly. And when things start to ramp up, it gets really, really interesting, but also creepy. It's currently 68 here, gonna pop back up to the 80 or to the 90s after a couple of days. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I have over 11 books started, but I can't seem to get back into them. I want to, but it's just not happening. I'm in the middle of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I started reading the Tales of Ancient Egypt in like February and I haven't picked it back up. So I'm technically in the middle of that, but I've already moved that to July's TBR because I'm like, I don't think I'm going to pick that up this month. So I'm just going to move it now preemptively so I don't have to worry about it. Wait, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I have Cosplay Killers. See, this is what happens when I have ebooks because I forget that they exist. And there are several on my TBR this month, so that's going to be interesting. So I'm rotating 6 books right now, which is a lot. I'm in the middle of 4 or 5 books. Right now, I'm going to listen to Razorblade Tears. I did not enjoy that one. I finished it, but I did not enjoy it. Speaking of which, we should start sprinting. That we should. We have been talking for almost 20 minutes, which is not normally my style, but like I had a lot going on. And I wanted to give y'all an update on Cielo and where everything was. So yes, we're going to sprint. I need to go give her her meds and some food probably. So I'll probably do that. It's a lot. It is. And there was a lot I didn't like about how everything played out. I've been rotating these books, some for months. Yeah, fair. Like I said, I have one from February, which isn't normally my style. Anywho, let's get into sprinting so I can go feed the poor girl because she's been in a couple more times to come get me. So I'll kick off the sprints and I'll see you all in 30. how do we do? I have just under 5 minutes left to edit in my video. I ended up doing that because I have to watch Cielo to make sure that nobody steals her food. And it was easier to edit while I was doing that than it was to try to read. So I worked on that. So I will probably finish that in the next sprint and then go back into reading. I also still need to give her her meds, but my mom's on the phone right now. I don't know with who, so I'm kind of waiting for that because I do need the extra set of hands. Because otherwise there's just no getting medicine into that cat, man. She's like, I'm not having it. But I should be able to finish editing vlog 146. Which was, I don't even know, the second to last week in May. And then I have the last 4 days of May. And then I have the first week of June. And now we're in the second week of June. It's a lot. I'm a little behind. And I have January's book haul to edit and February's book haul to edit. And now I have March, April, and May still left to film. And I don't know. Let me see. That pile of books right there are books I hauled that need to go on my keep shelf. Like I got myself a copy from January and February, and I don't want to put them in there because I'm waiting to film the others so that I can just do it all at once and not have to constantly move my books around. So like I need to get editing. So I'm hoping I can do some of that with you all this week because I may sprint more days, but they may be shorter sprints just because I have stuff that I'm doing. Like Thursday, for instance, I'm going to get my hair done. Originally, I had planned to do a rainbow on the bottom, but that is going to cost way too much money. And with the cat, like needing to have teeth out and a brand new porch being built, something had to go. So we're kind of compromising. And instead of doing a rainbow, I'm at least going to get rid of the pink, get a trim, and change it up because it is really, really hard to see the faded pink right now. It makes me very not comfortable with myself. So I have a plan there. We'll see how that pans out on Thursday. But I might sprint in the morning on Wednesday, which I don't normally do. So we'll see. Moto ate more breakfast, so I'm just starting to get moving. Fair. I think my main goal is vacuuming today, starting under the bed so I can move boxes back under it. I don't have an under the bed. I literally have a box spring and a mattress on the floor. Mainly because back in the day I had a cat named Ski. And she was long-haired and she would sleep under my bed. And because we couldn't really get under the bed and I had carpet at the time, she would get mats, like really bad mats that I would have to like cut out of her fur because she would lay in the same spot over and over. And there was just no way without just completely tearing my room apart to get underneath the bed. So what we ended up doing was getting rid of the frame and then just putting the bed on the floor so that they couldn't curl up under the bed and do that because it was just way too hard. And she did not like to be brushed at all. So like trying to brush a long hair cat that does not want to be brushed is miserable. Just absolutely miserable. So I don't have it under the bed. I didn't for a little bit for Moto, but he wanted it back up on the frame. That's why all the boxes are still out. Yeah, I have cats that would probably enjoy having it underneath the bed, but most of them, well, Lola and Bun used to be my friend's cats. And then she had to move and couldn't keep them. And she was looking for a place where she could have more cats. And we paid to have them boarded for like a month, these two cats. And she was not, I don't think, even really trying to find a place. And so we ended up bringing them home with us. And it was supposed to be just like a few more weeks and she'd have a place. And like we said she could come over and visit and all of that. And she just didn't. She did not seem to really want to come see her cats at all and didn't really seem to care. It was more like, oh, well, Chris and their family are going to take care of them, so I don't really need to worry about them. So here, they're yours now. So that's how we ended up with Lola and Bun. So they might know and underneath the bed, but the only cat I have brought in outside of those two that I intentionally brought in hang on, we're going to pause that, is uh Nuggy. So Nuggy is the only cat that was around when my bed was still up in the air. I think. Maybe. So she's the only one I would have that would even know what an under the bed is, at least out here. My dad has an under the bed, but Nuggy is, again, the only cat that really goes in the bedroom. Stormy does, and Rocky got in there the other day and was chilling under the bed. But for the most part, they don't really go or know that they're missing something. He doesn't go under much. He liked the bed being level with the window. Fair. I could see that. Currently working on a meal plan and then have some paperwork to do. I keep trying to meal plan on it successfully. That was part of my issue this week, of my terrible, no good, very awful, horrible week, was I would try to plan meals and just things kept going wrong, which threw off my entire day. And I don't do well when my routine is messed with. And that is so incredibly frustrating. And there was one day I woke up and I make protein shakes, and my ice cube tray had fallen out of the freezer the night before, and neither of my parents told me. So I got up in the morning and went to get ice cubes and was looking at the tray going, what happened? Why is it broken? Where are all my ice cubes? I could have swore I filled this up the day before. It should be full. And my mom was like, oh yeah, it fell on the floor. And I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is I need to wash my ice cube tray, and then I'm not going to want to eat any of these ice cubes. And now I don't have any more in the fridge or the freezer. So how am I supposed to make my shakes today? And then I had one day where time ran out because my dad had a show he needed to watch, and he does not want me in the kitchen cooking. And no, it was Saturday. I had wrestling. That's what I had. He has a show he watches on Tuesday, so I have to be out of the way by then because he doesn't want any talking during it, and I tend to run my mouth. So it was Saturday, and I needed to be back in my room for wrestling because I use a VPN to watch it. So I need it hooked up to my computer, and I don't want to have to drag it out to the living room to drag it back into my bedroom. And I ended up running out of time to make what I was originally going to make. So I ended up having a box of Diet macaroni and cheese, and that bothered my stomach. So that was fun. There was another day where I was going to have chicken nuggets and mozzarella sticks in my air fryer. And when I went to clean, to make it, I realized I had never washed my air fryer. So that was out because I'm not putting my air fryer together all wet. And it needs to soak because mozzarella sticks are greasy. So there was cheese grease all over it. Phoenix knows this. Wednesday, I ordered pizza because it's order out night, and my mom came home with our food, and the pizza was pepperoni. I am a vegetarian. So they gave us the wrong pizza, and when I was looking at my french fries, they had curly fries, which bother my stomach, and chicken mixed in with my french fries. And I went, okay. And then my mom went back. They had no problem giving me, making me another pizza and making it right. But when I got back, the bottom was overcooked, so I had to play with my food because I just ate the top of the pizza, which was so annoying at that point. So I just had a week where everything, like I said, that could go wrong did go wrong, and it was just awful, and there was something almost every day. And there was one point with the saws outside the window where they went off when I was over, because I couldn't do dishes too, because the sink window is the one that was right out, they were right outside that window with the loud saws. And there was one point when the saws went off and I almost just started crying and covering my ears and wanting to scream, because I was getting such sensory overload that I was struggling. So I have eaten crap. And also with money now being tight, I'm trying to balance what I'm eating because my protein powder is not cheap. And I get food stamps, so I can use my food stamps to get food at the store, but I can't use food stamps on protein powder. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to utilize my money and make it stretch as far as I can. So I've had fucking chips and dip multiple times, which is really good because I've talked about this. I'm a stress eater. So that has been really, really good, but also I keep getting stomach pains because I know better than to eat something super greasy and French onion dip. And it has been a very, very bad week. Very, very bad. Same. Especially if I get into a routine, it is so hard for me to break the routine because it just makes me feel like everything is off. And it's so frustrating. And then it just makes me more anxious and I don't know whether that's an autism thing or a anxiety thing or a little bit of both. As in my plans for meals kept getting messed up. Yeah. That's what's been happening. Saws do that to me too. I hate what I just call construction noise. It was so awful. Like I think with everything else going on, I did not have the spoons to deal with it. It was just bad. It was just bad. It was just a very bad week. Very, very bad week. Anywho, the timer meowed a bit ago. Oh, it's the tism. I figured, I mean, it probably doesn't help my anxiety because I feel like that factors into it too. But I figured the noise was probably the tism. That's why we're catching up this week. Yeah, I'm hoping to actually get some stuff done this week. So I'm gonna be here with you as much as I possibly can because I find I get more done when I'm with you, and it actually in some ways recharges my battery. And I've told Phoenix this. I feel like I need this because I feel like it will make me feel better. I just kept dragging my feet about doing it because I felt like I didn't have the spoons. And yeah, so I'm really, really happy to be here with y'all and getting to do some reading. So yep. Anywho, I'm gonna unpause the timer so we can read, and I will see you all in 30. How do we do? I spent most of that sprint talking to my mom. She was on the phone with my aunt, so I had to get all of the updates from what my aunt told her. And I gave Cielo her meds, but I did finish editing my video, so I have edited a vlog. Woo! Which means now I can focus on reading because I said I wanted to get at least one vlog edited, and so now I will move on to reading. Distractions. They are the absolute worst. And yes, Cielo was a gremlin. My mom was telling my aunt about that. My aunt was like, well, just scruff her. That's what scruffing's for. And I'm like, you should see this cat. You. Yeah, we're talking about you. This one right here. Just see, she'll let me do it here. I get her in the living room now, and she scrunches right up. See, no medicine for me. No medicine for me. I was interrupted a few times as well. I spent like a good 2/3 of that sprint out in the living room. Between this one, and my mom. How weird. YouTube made me sign into chat here, even though I'd already been chatting. That is weird. Settled in for a sightseeing read. I had to wait for a repairman at my brother's place, so I'm just getting home. Hi, everyone. Hello. I am reading this for the current prompt. I have to wait to get to the next city before I can go back to sightseeing. I have found the prompts to be a lot harder than I thought they were going to be. Although I got lucky because somebody in my in like the team fantasy chat was like, I'm gonna read the Once and Future Witches for this prompt because blah 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 blah. I'm like, really? I have that on my TBR. Okay, I guess I'll read that. So I didn't need to like go figure it out. I worked on a plan for what I want to do and realized I need to eat before attempting anything. That's fair. Hello to Jay. Nice. Yeah. I'm surprised at how stressed this is making me. I think it did not help that June started off with like just loads of crap. Loads and loads and loads and loads of crap. Because I felt like I would be doing better. I had trouble with dual POV, but the others haven't been too bad. I had so I don't even remember what I think the first prompt was fine. This one was easy because I feel like there are just so many options for that odds are you're going to be able to find a book. This was legitimately the only one on my TBR that fit the last city. Fun fact, and I don't know if we're supposed to be talking about it, but I'm going to do it anyways. We came in last for dual POV, which means we had an extra challenge, and that made it extra fun. I don't know how much we're supposed to be talking about that, but shh, don't tell anybody. But yeah, I didn't I did not enjoy dual POV because we had an extra challenge with that one, which made it extra hard to find a book. I ended up reading Linus and Etta Could Use a Win, and this was fantastic. So if y'all are looking for a middle grade contemporary that is queer, this is a good one. I'm going to try to listen to an audiobook while I work. Not sure what, though. I need something I only have to half-ass pay attention to. Yeah, fair. I, funnily enough, can do that with the Robert Jordan books. That's kind of how I'm listening to it at this point. Is just kind of tuning in and out. So I wouldn't be surprised if I miss stuff, just because there's just so much, and there are only so many characters I care about. It was really funny because I did check out a little bit of the live show for Winter's Heart, and they were like, oh man, I really love this character, and I'm like, ugh, I hate that character. And they're like, and then we had all of these scenes from this character's point of view, and I just don't like them. And I'm like, oh, well, that's one of the ones I like. So it sounds like my my opinions are very different to a lot of other people who are reading that book, which I thought was kind of interesting. My lips are sealed. Yeah, we're not going to tell anybody. Shh. Same. That's why my current book is a cozy mystery. I have a few of those left on my TBR, and I would like to get to them. I've had for like sightseeing. It's not that I didn't want to read those. It's that this was overdue from the library. This was overdue from the library. This is overdue from the library. So I had like all of my choice taken away from me. And then I only have this for like 7 more days, so I needed to jump on the audiobook. So my choice keeps getting taken away from me, which is annoying. And now I'm looking at I'm gonna assume you've watched the video about this 48 hours that we'll be doing and trying to figure out how best to go about that, because like you can't sightsee and read for that. So I'm like, do I like read a couple of my like shorter middle grades? Is this where I want to read all of like my manga and my graphic novels and some of the shorter books I actually own but aren't on my TBR? Like, so now I'm already thinking about that and what I'm going to do this weekend and what the best way to go about that is, because I feel like we haven't gotten enough information to really make a decision. It's interesting. Really, really interesting. And I found it so hard because I'm like searching. I'm like, are you queer? Are you queer? Are you queer? I'm like, you're definitely a fantasy, but are you queer? That has been hard too, like trying to spend time searching to see if the authors I'm reading are queer. Yeah, I have no idea what is going to happen with that. I don't typically read short books. Well, cozy mysteries, to be fair, can be fast. So even though they aren't short per se, they are quicker reads than, you know. I definitely think that Team Fantasy is massively focused on fantasies and they can be hard to get through. So I think it's going to be interesting because in some ways that'll benefit us, because if we fly and we're reading a 700-page book and manage to get it in, like, look at the point doubles we're getting with that. However, it'll be interesting to see if at the end it helps us any that we've read the bigger books for them, even though we didn't win the cities. Because we'll have those extra points, but I don't know. It's so hard. And then did you see that they have created like there are people who have completed all 50 sightseeing prompts, are almost done, and wanted to know if they can do them again. And I'm like, excuse me, they did what now? What are they reading? It sounds like they went, oh, look, a manga. Oh, look, a manga. Oh, look, a manga. Oh, look, a manga. And they've managed to read like 50 manga in the first week. Which is, I'm like, I mean, I know I read a lot, but like, I can't. And then I'm like, how did you manage to read them that they all fit all of these random ass, crazy, insane prompts? Because like, some of the prompts are really straightforward for the sightseeing, but other ones seem to be really tricky. And I'm like, how did you manage to and you finished how? I think they're reading a lot of manga and graphic novels. I agree. And I'm like, listen, I want to have fun, not burn my brain out so that I never want to pick up a book again. There are no genre points that weekend though, so you don't have to stick with fantasy for the weekend. Exactly, which I'm very excited about, because I'm like, well, maybe I can get through some of my other books that are on my TBR and try to save some of my fantasy and hope that they fit the prompts. And novellas, yeah. I'm just sitting here going like, that would burn me out though. It would massively burn me out. Which is why I'm like trying to balance. And then like, I'm also going, would it be better to use those books for sightseeing prompts? Or is it going like how, like the mind games of, is it going to be worth using those books for face-off weekend, or would it be better to use those books for sightseeing prompts and getting the extra points there? I feel like there's way too much strategy with this, and my head feels like it's going to explode. I'm just reading what I needed to this month and squeezing them into the sightseeing prompts. That's what I've done. I can't even, like, my brain is like so broken that I'm like, what did I read for the first book? I'm trying to. I'm like looking around my room, going, "What was the book I read for the first prompt?" When I can't even remember off the top of my head what the first prompt was, because I don't know if you're in my Discord, but my cat Cielo had to have her teeth out, and there were people working on my back porch. So like my brain has been like so fried by all of the outside stuff that I'm like reading. I've read. Oh, library book. That one was easy. Okay. A book you don't own or didn't buy. Fair. Okay, that one was easy. That one I was able to use my TBR. And then dual POVs I had a lot less say in. No One Leaves the Castle was on my TBR, and then Now the Once and Future Witches is on my TBR. So far I've managed to do that, and I haven't picked up a book that wasn't on my TBR for a sightseeing prompt yet, and I don't necessarily plan to. I'm confused. Do you need a queer fantasy book? Okay, so I'm taking part in the Amazing Readathon, and if you've watched The Amazing Race, it's based on that, and like we're going to a city, and there is a prompt we need to complete, like in the first one, read a library book or a book you don't own to get to that city. And you get points for how many pages you read. So if it's a 300-page book, you can get 300 points if you take a boat or train. And then it's like, you can fly, but it costs you more money and you only have so much money to start with, and you can double your page count, or you can walk and have your page count, but you get bonus points if the author of the book is queer and if it's on your team's genre. And I happen to be team fantasy. Like Jay is team mystery, so they would get extra points for reading a mystery book, and would obviously get extra points if it was written by a queer author. So that's why we're all like, is it a queer fantasy? It would be great if it was written by a queer author and it was a fantasy. So we're all like, wait, is this author queer? Because the idea is we're not trying to out anybody. It's supposed to be readily found information, and that can be a bit trickier. I did not know that. I'm sorry to hear that about your poor kitty. Yeah, it was rough. She on Sunday, she made a weird sound in the hallway, and I went, wait, what's going on? And started drooling. And then Monday she was still drooling. So we had called the vet to see what they thought. Like, should we bring her in? Is there something we should be looking for? And then she made like this deep low meow, and I went in the other room, and she was like obviously like going, and this is going to be very hard to imitate, but she had her head tilted like this, and she was going with her tongue like something was obvious. Like I was worried something was caught. So we brought her to the vet and found out that she had to have her 2 back teeth taken out. So I was like really, really anxious because I was like, my cat's not home. What if things don't go well? There's always a risk when you're having surgery. And then we had people right outside my house working on the back porch. So saws, loud noises. It was bad. I had to go outside of my TBR for dual POV. Otherwise, I've been able to make something fat. I had to too. I guess since we're still, we had to use a random number generator. Well, roll the die. So don't tell anybody. I don't know if we're supposed to be talking about that, but for the dual POV, because we came in last, we had to find 6 books that had dual POVs, and then leave it up to fate. I had 3, I think, on my TBR. That was such a hard prompt. Oh, I see. Yeah. So, pretty much if you're taking part in the readathon, you're going, is there a possibility I could get extra points for this because my author is queer and it's in the genre I'm supposed to be reading? Anywho, I would like to get my latest book done for this today so that I can log that before the next city drop. So let's get back to reading, and I'll see you all in 30. How do we do? I actually got to read in that one. I'm now on page 374. We're getting there. Poor baby, my kitty had issues with his teeth too. I've never, in all the years I've owned cats, had one that had issues with their teeth. This is a first. So it was very, very stressful. And scary and worrying. Gonna miss chat, making food. Enjoy your food, Phoenix. Just reading sprints. Hope the kitty with issues is okay. Hope everyone is having a great day. She's doing much better. She got through surgery really, really well. She's, other than being a little gremlin when she needs to take her meds, is doing great. And really is enjoying having wet food for a change. Went down a social media rabbit hole. So yeah. I'm trying not to do that. But I can also sometimes scan Twitter and read at the same time. Food is good, Phoenix. My book is getting really good. I'm really into mine too, so that's nice. How old is the kitty? Oof. Let's see. 7? I would have to literally, so there is a picture I have on my Instagram somewhere, or my Facebook, of Hazzy and Stormy when Stormy was a kitten. That would tell me how old Stormy is, and then I can kind of calculate their ages from there. I don't know if I have a picture of Cielo when she was a kitten. I mean, I do. Let me see if I can find a picture of Cielo and Blitzy when she was a kitten and see if I posted it on my Instagram, because if I did, that would have a date. I have so many cats, it's so hard to keep track of their ages. And I, for a while there, actually used my Instagram. That's Cielo. That's wrestling. That's more wrestling. Come on. I must have a baby picture of her on here. I took enough of them. I was obsessed with taking pictures of them when they was little. Oh, yeah, there we go. Ooh, here's a good one. I mean, it's a little blurry, but that's Cielo, and my niece took the bright orange glowing thing. It's an orange kitty. That's Momo. And then that would be the 2 siblings of Cielo, which ended up getting adopted by this family. That would be Louie and Ella, and that means 2016. So she's 8. Oh, yeah, 8. She just recently turned 8 last month. Wonder if you can. No, he's still gonna glow. That's a really cute picture of Momo. Oh. There they are. You can see Blitzy and Cielo in there, and then their 3 siblings. They lived in a cage on our porch. Do I have their mama? Yes, I do. I mean, I'll do it this way because then I can blow her up. And zoom in. Look at their mama. Look at their mama. That was Dollface. Wow, so cute. Very, very cute. Do they know what caused the tooth problem? I don't think so. I mean, I think the one side she bit down on something and it caused an issue, but then the other side was abscessing, so it's really hard to tell. I have been saying her breath stunk for a while, and now I'm thinking I know why. I wish she could have communicated to me that her mouth was sore. Alas, she did not. But yeah, that was baby Cielo and her siblings. Okay, time to read. See you in 30. How do we do? I'm on page 413. And I have 3 hours and 1 minute left. So at least 3 sprints. I'm probably going to eat during the next sprint too. So that'll eat into my reading time. But I'm definitely going to finish this tonight, which is exciting. And then I can move on back to my sightseeing prompts. Hello, just arrived reading Renegades by Marissa Meyer. Nice, Anne. Hopefully we can help you get through some of it. Hang on. Hi. No. Oh. I'm sprinting. We talked about this. Okay. She's acting like she has no idea what I was doing today. Even though I've told her multiple times. Anyways, you got to chapter 5 of the cozy you just started. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I have, I think, 2 on my TBR. And I'm in the middle of Cosplay Killer, which is definitely a cozy mystery. Made food for now and future me. Easy stuff to eat later. Nice. Ate, then held Moto while he ate. He chowed down. That is awesome. Cielo hasn't come looking for food. Oh, she heard me say her name. She has been sleeping in my hamper. Do you want to come up and say hi? Come on. Oh, big swatches. Oh. See, here I am. I heard my name. Oh, you again. Okay. Thanks. Driving me to distraction, people. We also got some of the kitchen stuff done while making food. Nice. My brother has to make dinner since I canceled all my plans to sit with his repairman while he was at work. Well, that gets you out of cooking dinner. Moto's back for more food. I'm sure Cielo would like more food, wouldn't you, Allie? Hi, cute baby girl. Yeah. Look at. Do you see her little? No, you're not going to show him that one? She got them on both. She naked. No fur. I forgot to set a timer. Fair. Yeah, I know. The boys are watching me too. No. Okay. Oh. As you can see, she's not feeling that bad. She's acting pretty normal. Do you want to eat, baby? What do you think? You want some more food? I try not to give her too much at once. Can't type, Moto. Fair. I mean, I wouldn't be able to type right now either. Do you not see my arm full of cat? It is hard enough working the mouse. Oh, yes. You making biscuits? She was not happy about being in the cat care, and like I would show you, but like she definitely had some really sharp claws that are not as sharp anymore because she was digging at the cage. Like the door to the cat carrier. You gotta get back into boxes and sharpen your claws. Hope everyone's Monday is going good so far. My Monday hasn't been bad. Last Monday, I had to rush this one to the vet. So anything that is not that was going to be an improvement. Didn't read hello, Cielo. Nice to see you. Glad she's acting normal. She's so pretty. You're pretty. You hear that? They're telling you you're pretty. Yeah, I'm very happy that she seems to be relatively normal and was fine when she got home and like the anesthesia completely wore off. Otherwise, like you would never know something was wrong based on the way she's acting, which is good. Yeah. Do you want some food? Yeah. Yeah, I think she wants some food. So, we're about to meow. Time to sprint. I'm gonna go feed this one. How do we do? I listened to a whole 7 minutes, which at 3 times speed is not that much. I ate during that sprint and then I got distracted because I went out to say something to my mom and the chippy was there. So he's been eating on our bird feeder, like climbing up my porch to eat on the bird feeder hanging off my porch. And so I put a peanut on the railing to see if he'd take it. And he did. So then when he came back, I tried to get video of him, which I did. So you'll see that as B-roll. And then the duckies showed up and they were really cute because they were there while I was trying to film this. It was critters everywhere. Popping in to say hi. I'm in California for the wedding I had to go to. Have some spare time to read, but no Wi-Fi. So I will be sprinting. She stands on the computer. She got to stop doing that. Sprinting in spirit with you. Hope everyone is well. We are. I don't know if you're still here, Omi, but if not, I will give you an update on Miss Ellie on Discord. She doing well. She here. Hope everyone is well. We are. Read 3 chapters. Nice, Jay. Fed my hungry Moto. He's eaten half a bowl already. That's about what we're hoping for. That is awesome news. Go, Mr. Moto Man. She's eating almost a can of cat food today. You're definitely going to eat more than a can today, huh? Yeah. I'm going to put you to work. You're going to have to earn your keep. Between you and the squirrels, you're eating me out of house and home. I haven't been on, I don't think. So the squirrels figured out how to get on the porch, how to break into the bags that their food was held in. So now it's in a tote and in my house. And they figured out how to open a cat litter container to get into it to eat it because I have been using a cat litter container. So that now has to come in at night. I swear. Just, it's not like they don't have food. Why does it taste better off the porch? I don't know. It hurts for him to eat, but he needs to eat to get to a point where he can get his teeth taken care of. Right. Because he had lost all of that weight when he wasn't eating, right? So he's got to like build his strength back up so that he is capable of getting the teeth out. That's such a catch-22. It hurts to eat, but he needs to eat because if he doesn't eat, you can't make the pain stop. And of course, it's not like you can explain that to him. Well, I mean, I suppose you can, but I don't know how much he'll understand. Read 9 pages in the last sprint. Nice, Talonda. That's more than I read. That's a good girl. If he can even get his teeth taken care of, that's an unknown. It's hard when they're this old. Yes. I also wondered that, like, is it going to be safe for him at that age? But I figure first step first is get the weight back on him and see where his mouth is at and kind of go from there. It's got to be frustrating. Right, Ellie? You don't miss those teeth, do you? No. She says no. Dee was hurting. I don't miss them. Yeah, we're also waiting for a poop again. Oh, frustrating. Yes, it is. Teeth cleanings were hard as my bobtail got older. I don't think I've ever had my cat's teeth cleaned. I mean, this one has because she was there, but like that's never been something I've done. So this is like a whole new ground for me. You're not getting more food right now. You know that, right, Cielo? You do know that you're not getting more food right now. You just had some. Look how happy she is right now. I'm not. This is very uncomfortable for me, and she's not going to like me when I set her down. Hop down. Go back to your laundry hamper. You're not eating right now. Mr. Moto is at least 16, maybe closer to 17. Yeah, that I could see that being a bit dangerous. Anywho, back to reading. See you in 30. How did we do? I'm on page 466, which means in the last sprint, which the next one is the last sprint, I will be able to finish my book, which is awesome. He had tartar issues since kittenhood. I had to brush his teeth. Yep, as fun as it sounds. I don't think I have a single cat in my house that would let me brush their teeth. But occasionally it wasn't enough and they had to put them under to clean them. I think I've gotten pretty lucky, but Miss Ellie just, got unlucky with her teeth. He didn't have any teeth issues while young and healthy enough to have them dealt with. Of course not. That would be too simple. It's kind of like Cielo when we had the extra money after my gram died. No, we couldn't do with the teeth then. We had to wait until we needed a new porch and we were almost out of that money. Oops. Lad informed me it was his turn to get attention, I'm assuming, yes. The others have left me alone so far. Mr. Bug looked at me at one point, but he's snoozing now. 2 more chapters down, I'll finish my sightseeing book tonight. Nice. I'm excited to get back to sightseeing. I mean, I'm not necessarily thrilled with this one so far. So I don't know that I want to pick that back up, but I was actually enjoying might be the wrong word, but like interested in the book about Hitler, so that could be fun, and it has footnotes. I thought that one was going to be a lot harder to find, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm reading a lot of nonfiction. I bet you at least one has footnotes in it. And then I'm hoping to finish Cosplay Killer tonight, which is a cozy mystery I'm reading. It's 80 hotter than forecasted, meaning I'm not feeling not feeling productive at the moment. I tried to add a word in there that wasn't there. It's not bad here, as you can see by the fact that I am hoodied. The boys are both napping now. I have 3 cats asleep in my bed, and one is in the little box right here. I keep meaning to read Cosplay Killer. I'm enjoying it. There was a line in it, and I didn't know if you had read it, so I almost sent it to you. Hang on. I can find it, because I bookmarked it. And I think that it resonates really well, probably for a lot of people. Let me see. How do I do bookmarks? Can I just see? View your bookmarks. Adulting equals stress. Stressed. Adulting equals stressed. That was one of the quotes I decided to snag from the Cosplay Killer. Because yes, it does. Almost halfway through my book, so going to take a break soon. Well, like I said, the next one is the last. If you want to hang out from that one and then take your break, that could work out well. I'm reading Watching You by Lisa Jewell, only on page 24. Well, you've made a decent start. Like, slowly but surely you'll get through it, Jody. I'm jealous about 80. We're in triple digits. Oh, yucky. Yucky. That does not sound fun. It is currently 64 here. My kind of weather. Set it up as a buddy read so you can write your thoughts and I can catch up later. I will try to remember. Sounds like a plan. Yes, it does. Adulting does equal stress. It really, really does. And I don't handle it well. Like, I really, really struggle with that kind of stuff because I get really easily overwhelmed. And I can only handle focusing on so much pressure. And, like, it's been bad because, like, I was worried about money because of how tight everything was going to be because we had these 2 big expenses hit at the same time. And then I was worried about cats. So, like, I was just not functioning for a few days. Like, I just wasn't. I hate when we hit triple digits. I already struggle so much with 80s and 90s. Same. Currently, life equals stress. Yes. Okay, I might have just cried a little when you said the 60s. If it makes you feel any better, I'll be in the 90s, like, next week. Which, yuck. We've had copious amounts of rain here, and I'm kind of sick of it now. I'd rather have rain than heat. But I can see how you would get sick of it. And I don't particularly like rain to begin with, but I'd rather have it than it being hot out. Depends on the temperature. Like, if you gave me a choice of tons of rain or heat, I would take the rain. Okay, last sprint. See you in 30. There you go. Send it to Phoenix, Shauna. How did we do? I finished my book, 4.5 stars. Loved it. Now I just need to submit my points before Bree decides to drop another city. Take that off since we're done. How did you all do in that sprint? Did you get everything done you wanted to? I love rain. I don't get sick of it. See, I don't mind rain per se. It's just that thunderstorms make me very, very anxious. So I'd rather not have rain. We have both rain and heat. Fun times in South Louisiana. There's no way I'm moving south. I'd rather have the snow. Give me 6 foot of snow. I know how to deal with that. Guess I'm coming in to say hi. I hope to see you later in the week. Yeah, I plan to sprint most days this week, so you should see me. It just might be smaller sprint sessions because I'm still getting back into the swing of things after Miss Cieli and her teeth. I usually like rain too, Phoenix, but it had been crap weather for almost 6 weeks. Yeah, that could definitely drain you after a while. Phoenix said, "Hey, Mary, glad to see you found us." Shauna made it to 52%. Nice. Glad you liked it. I had lots of interruptions this afternoon, but got about 17% farther in Razor Blade Tears. Nice progress, Jane. Almost to the halfway point. Nice, Jay. I was actually productive. Woohoo, Phoenix. Very exciting. Let me see. As you can see, she was also very productive. Very, very, very productive. I got to page 64. I'm fed up with the rain. I have rain and damp. First time ever we had to put heating on in June. Wow. It's not that bad here. It's chilly, but not like put on the heat chilly. Ranted, only doing sorting low movement stuff till it cools some, but that'll make other stuff easier later. Fair. I think that was supposed to be granted. I figured that out. I'm like, granted don't make sense, but I got it there. So yes, that is the end of today's sprint. I should be back tomorrow around the same time. So look for me then. And it'll be about 4.5 hour sprints like it was today. No idea what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. We'll see. It depends on what kind of mood I'm in. I'd love to have put heating on. I can function in cold weather. I can't function in heat. That. Same here. Had to turn the heat back on. We haven't gotten quite that cold or damp. Plus, I can just bundle up under blankets and cats. You'd not believe the heat they put off. Anywho, thank you for joining me for today's sprints. I really do need to wrap this up and get going. Hopefully, I will see you all back here tomorrow. Like I said, around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if you're looking for sprints. I'm so glad you had sprints. They've been very helpful. I will be at my mother's house, so I'll miss y'all. Have a great sprint. Well, hopefully you have a great day at your mom's and you enjoy yourself and maybe find some time to read between now and then. So, see you all soon. Yeah, see you all soon. Hopefully I will catch you tomorrow. Well, if not, I'm planning on being here Wednesday, probably Thursday, and then Friday. So you'll have plenty of sprints to catch. Very productive. Thanks. You're welcome. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow if you're around. Goodbye.